Hey, good morning. I'm meteorologist. I should say good evening. I'm meteorologist Robb Ellis here in the First Alert Weather Center. Pardon me one moment while I make an adjustment here and turn off audio off in the background. I'm watching some severe storms rolling through. I'm here in the First Alert Weather Center. Just going to do some tracking here while we're on the stream live and keeping an eye on these storms. There are some severe thunderstorm warnings that I want to make you aware of. So let's walk through what we're tracking for this overnight. It is nice to see some rain on the radar, something I don't think we've seen very much of in the last month or so, but we are certainly going to be watching the possibility of some stronger storms, some lightning with these. And this isn't just something that's going to be over the next maybe few hours or so. This is going to carry us into tomorrow. And I know there are a lot of folks that are out and about for Pride tomorrow. Keeping an eye on a lot of different information coming in. So let's get into the radar and dive in and show you exactly what we are tracking. Let's start with the warnings. We are looking at right now the strongest of the storms rolling into the northern part of DeKalb County and also the western part of McHenry County. As this rolled through Rockford, it did have some pretty impressive wind gusts. I believe they had a wind gust to, checking the observation, 64 miles per hour. Also Boone County, just to the west there of McHenry County, they're expecting maybe gusts as high as 70 miles per hour with that very strong storm that you see rolling in from the west. That's the severe thunderstorm outline that you see there. There's the gust to 64 that just happened over the Rockford Airport. Again, McHenry is actually pulling in the Rockford data. So let me get in a little closer and kind of dive in and do some radar analysis. Let's start with what's happening currently across parts of Boone and McHenry County and also the northern part of DeKalb County. I'll show you some cameras here in just a moment. I do want to get in a little bit closer and notice that there is a good bit of lightning. You're going to hear some rumbles of thunder, also some pretty heavy rain coming down. You know, we need the rain, but we don't need it to necessarily come down in this type of fashion. We want it to come down in more of a good soaking rain. This will be, unfortunately, an intense rain. So that warning, by the way, is going to go until 11:45. It includes DeKalb, it includes McHenry, and also Winnebago and Boone counties, which technically aren't in our viewing area. And the National Weather Service is now going to continue that severe thunderstorm warning for those same counties till 11:45. So they're just updating the information. They're still putting the threat for considerable possibility of damage, 70-mile-per-hour winds, a concern. Let me show you with the new scan that just came in, let me show you some of our velocity features here. This is going to tell us where the winds are the strongest, and also what I don't like to see are those greens and reds very close to each other. Now, in the event that we start to see some rotation pop up with this, I will have to do a little bit of dancing here to put myself on air on CBS to break into coverage there. So just bear with me again. You're kind of watching live on the stream here as we approach 11:30. We are just at the top of about a minute away from 11:30 or so. So right now some gusty winds showing up. This is going to be very close to Belvedere at the moment. We do have a little bit of minor rotation here. That has me slightly concerned. However, their polygon, their warning, is just calling for a severe thunderstorm. It doesn't have any tornado possible wording with it. So the outline of that box does include this northern part of DeKalb County and also the western part of McHenry County. If that holds together, we could see further along down the line, we could see more central and eastern parts of DeKalb County go under that severe thunderstorm warning. Let's talk about some of those cameras that I mentioned to you. Of course, from Chicago, these are still a good ways away. So I did have the camera moved, so we are looking to the west. At the moment, you don't see anything, although occasionally we may get a glimpse or a peek at some of the thunderstorms that are showing some lightning off to the west. I have not seen that on these images, although I am going to keep an eye on it. What I am watching are the DeKalb cameras looking to the north and west. Now, the thing about this image is it does update about every 8 seconds or so. So if the image happens to catch it at that 8-second interval, we may see some of the sky light up a bit. But keep in mind, there's a good bit of lightning with these and also a good bit of gusty winds. Elsewhere, it's a Saturday night in the city, and we are watching the possibility of some strong storms. One thing I do want to draw your attention to is that notice we have the Pride colors on a lot of the buildings here. It is Pride Fest earlier in the week, and now we have the Pride Parade coming up tomorrow. That is going to be a concern for those of you that are heading to the Pride Parade, with the possibility of more showers and storms developing for tomorrow. So again, what we're tracking now is this line of storms that's now moving into our western communities. Not quite into the western suburbs just yet, but getting pretty close, and the strongest of the storms is going to be this northern cluster. Now, the really strong part of the line is actually farther to the west, but there have been a line of storms that have developed out ahead of this, kind of using up some of that heating of the day. If nothing else, this may help to stabilize the atmosphere just a little bit before the stronger line rolls through. The overall thinking is that this will weaken a good bit as it sweeps across the area over the next several hours or so. In fact, I don't think this is going to be out of here for the area until maybe 4 or 5 o'clock, which is when our 5 o'clock, by the way, is when our morning show will begin for 3 hours. So again, I'm meteorologist Robb Ellis here in the First Alert Weather Center. Going to stream with you here for the next at least 15 to maybe 30 minutes or so, depending on how many warnings we have in place. Currently, we have 1 warning for the area until 11:45. So I'm going to watch that one for sure. I do expect this to weaken as it moves through, but I will be watching it like a hawk. I may be cutting back in overnight, especially as we get new developments, or if I think things are about to pop up or some concerns there. The good news is the rotation that we were seeing to the west in places like Davenport, where they did have some pretty strong gusts come through, that has now weakened. It's just severe thunderstorm warnings, but there's still enough left out there that I want you to be aware of what's going on. You may also wake up in the middle of the night or be tuning in because you've been hearing these rumbles of thunder and going, hang on a minute, we haven't heard that in a while. What's going on? Is this severe weather? I'm here to kind of ease your fears of what to expect with these scattered showers and storms. And right now they are thunderstorms. Let's get in a little bit closer. We'll kind of take you into some of the areas dealing with the showers and storms. DeKalb County right now up to Mayfield and over into where it says Kingston. You're looking at heavy rain approaching. In fact, a good bit of heavy rain. The heaviest of the rain just to the west of Franklin and northwest of South Grove at the moment. It is past Interstate 39 and is now exiting to the east. If you're maybe on the Edens heading away on 90 up towards Rockford, just know that you are going to encounter or have to encounter some very heavy rain over the next hour or so. It's probably going to take it several hours before it moves into places like Elgin and Schaumburg, and I do expect the rain to continue. You kind of see how the shield of rain, while the leading edge is maybe only an hour or so away, the shield of rain extends farther back to the west. So there may be some good soaking rain that happens here, although I just don't necessarily want it to come with this severe threat. The other thing I'm noticing is, notice these little finger-like appendages that are kind of sticking out ahead of this. One indication that there may be some gusty winds here. May not quite reach the severe criteria. National Weather Service doesn't have a severe thunderstorm warning out at those locations for the moment, so they are clearly not seeing any strong gusty winds. We do still have a couple of clusters of some areas where we're going to be watching very carefully right at the conjunction between McHenry County and DeKalb County. The area that I'm talking about here is right here. I don't like to see these reds and greens kind of in this orientation close together, especially maybe approaching Genoa, the north side of Genoa over to Riley and Marengo. Keep an eye on this. Again, right now it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. The rotation is not really being picked up, or at least I don't necessarily see it, but there may be some strong winds within this, as we noticed from Rockford earlier, just about an hour ago, not even quite an hour ago, 64-mile-per-hour wind gust. Back to the radar, and just to show you, there's a lot of lightning. As I set this into motion, you'll see the kind of wave of lightning that's been with this strong cell, and then even further to the south, as you see some of the storms that have developed across parts of Ottawa, I should say LaSalle County, those are producing some lightning, and a good chance that that will impact Kendall and Grundy counties, and then over eventually into Aurora and Joliet, Romeoville, and then to the western suburbs. So if these hold together, and I do think that they will at least hold together to produce some rain. As far as the severe watches and warnings, right now we just have one severe thunderstorm warning that's in place for our area. There are 2 more warnings back to the west. That severe thunderstorm warning is going to go until 11:45. National Weather Service does think that there's going to be considerable damage possible with that 70-mile-per-hour gust potential with these storms. Again, we've already confirmed that 64-mile-per-hour winds are happening. Those blew through Rockford as the storm came through. And I think that as the storm continues to the east, or maybe a little bit of a southeast component at about I believe they're moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. The good chance that they're going to at least hold together. Again, that you can see that severe thunderstorm warning is it kind of the new box popped up. You see it there right in the last frame right there. This is the new warning that just popped up. It includes this part of McHenry County, the western edge, and then the northern part of DeKalb County. If this holds together, they may extend this into Kane County and the rest of McHenry County, but that's something that remains to be seen. I do think that the system is weakening a good bit. It does appear to have weakened a good bit since it rolled through Rockford, but still may have enough potential that it meets the severe criteria. Something to watch. Let's talk about hail. You may be wondering if there's any hail along with this. I haven't seen any indication that we're tracking a good bit of hail. A couple of hail cores maybe closer to Davenport. See that little purple spot that's showing up? One indication that maybe our radar is picking up some hail, but that's the only indication I have. I don't think these are necessarily going to be hail producers for today, although where the upper level part of the system is farther to the west, that's where the potential may be a little bit greater. And when I'm saying upper level part of the system, notice the pinwheel in the atmosphere. That's the area of low pressure, and then out ahead of it, there's a chance for a few showers and storms. This is what we may have to deal with sometime late morning and in through midday. So for the Pride Parade, as the temperatures start to soar, will we have this type of thunderstorm activity pop up? I do think we will, but it really is going to be, will it pop up just before it heads over the lake, or will it pop up on the other side of the lake? Something that we'll have to watch very carefully, and I certainly will be doing that job of watching the radar. For tonight, during the overnight, I'll be with you here for the morning show, 5 to 8, and then if anything pops up during the late morning through about midday or so. It looks like it's going to be a busy time frame. We really have been in a fairly quiet pattern for the past almost month. We need this rain. Very quickly, I do want to show you the drought monitor because this rain is going to be so necessary. I mean, I really like to see that we're getting some rain. I just don't want it to come with the lightning and the severe threat. But severe drought has really crept in across almost all of Chicago and a good bit of the metro area. Just about all of the urbanized areas are under drought at some point, and then severe drought, I should say. And then it really expands as you get into parts of western and central Illinois, and then you see some areas of extreme drought even showing up here right along the Mississippi River Valley. I don't want this color or this shading to begin to move in across parts of Chicago. I don't want us to get into these types of colors. We need this rain. It is good news that this rain is coming through. Let's just hope it comes with minimal threat of severe weather. Back in a little bit closer, let's take you into our area. Again, if you're watching from most of Chicago, the western suburbs, you're not too far along from seeing some storms roll through tonight. They're probably going to rumble through and wake you up during the overnight. I suspect they'll pass between about maybe 1 to 4, depending on where you are. If you're on the western side of the city, if you're in the western suburbs, Schaumburg, Elgin, Aurora, you're probably looking at about 1 o'clock. If you're in Gary or Valparaiso or Merrillville, Munster, I think you're looking at maybe closer to 3 or 4 o'clock before the storms rumble on through, and there's a good chance that we'll see that. In fact, let me pull up a Futurecast for you since we're talking about that time frame. Okay, so your timestamp again is kind of top center of your screen, and just know that during the overnight, as we get those showers to roll through, I think about 2 to maybe 4 o'clock or so is when we'll have the best chance for some rumbles of thunder in Chicago. After that, we should get a break. In fact, I think by about 6 o'clock or so, we're looking at a break across the area. That should carry us through about mid to late morning. I think by 10 o'clock, we'll be looking at a lot of sunshine. Unfortunately, the temperatures will be rebounding. Now, there is an indication that at some point in the early afternoon, we'll start to see some showers develop, but exactly where those develop is really going to be critical, because you could see this area of thunderstorms pop up across the city, across the north side, across areas where the parade is going on, where a lot of folks are outside. And then as the storms roll east, then I do think they'll get a little bit stronger as we get into the afternoon, but by that point they'll be out of our area, and then we'll just be dealing with some scattered showers with the upper level part of the system. So there's a good bit of time frame between what we're dealing with tonight and then carrying us into tomorrow and eventually tomorrow evening. Let's go back to some of our cameras and I think we're seeing some rain begin to pop up on one of our cameras. I'm actually just going to switch real quick back to this camera, to the radar briefly, and then come back to those cameras. I just had to set my computer into motion here so that I could pull some of these cameras live for what we're looking at. And for some reason it won't let me pull that one live. Bear with me. Well, I was hoping to be able to pull those full, but for some reason my interactivity is not wanting to work. As far as the radar is concerned, getting a new update that's just coming through, watching this part of the storm pretty carefully into the northern part of DeKalb County. Also, it looks like we've got another storm in the central part of DeKalb County that's getting a little bit better organized. That one we'll have to keep our eye on. I'm actually going to switch over to velocity to watch what's happening with the winds in the system. Nothing here that I'm really seeing. I'm not seeing any kind of major contrast here between the different shades of red. There are some gusty winds. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued just to the west of DeKalb County, but farther to the north it looks like we're looking at the severe thunderstorm warning still in place. This does have me a little concerned right about here. There's a couple of little pixels that have me somewhat concerned. However, the beam of radar that we're looking at is a good ways away, so we're not necessarily getting the best view of the storm, and there's the new update that came through. Still a part of the storm that's going to bear watching. I don't see any well-defined circulation. There may be some quick spin-ups in here, and that's all it takes. I don't see the National Weather Service as of yet extending the severe thunderstorm warnings. What they are doing is they're putting a special weather statement in place. Let me see if I can pull that up for you. They basically extended the special weather statement. There it is right now for winds over 50 miles per hour possible. Now, severe thunderstorm criteria is 60 miles per hour, so this is just below severe criteria in that bluish box. So we don't normally show you these on air, but we do have the ability to put them into our computer just because they issue a lot of these when the storms aren't necessarily quite to severe criteria. Just kind of a heads up that, hey, the storm's coming through, it's going to produce some gusty winds, it's going to produce some lightning, some heavy downpours. This is going to impact the northwestern, the northern suburbs, Lake County, McHenry County, and the northern part of Kane County as well. But it is not a severe thunderstorm warning. Right now, the only severe thunderstorm warning that is in place for at least another minute and a half for DeKalb and McHenry County for a very strong storm. Now, the leading edge of this storm is right about here. Right here just to the south of Marengo, and this is where we were seeing that velocity signature that maybe had a little bit of tightening up in the radar at times, maybe some gusty winds kind of punching through here. This is the area that I would say to watch. So right along Interstate 90, as I get in a little bit closer, right over Riley, really passing through Riley, Hampshire, Rutland over to Pingree Grove, Algonquin, not too far down the line from you, Elgin. Keep in mind these are moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. Just wanted to check my timing there just to see. Yeah, about 35 miles per hour. And when I set this into motion, you'll kind of see that they do have an east component to them, maybe with a little bit of a jog to the north. And because of that, I want to show you, here's our leading edge heading to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So some of the areas that are going to be under that area of concern, Crystal Lake at 12:06, so you've got about 20 minutes before that arrives there. Cary at 12:14, Barrington at 12:25, and if this holds together for Buffalo Grove, you're looking at 12:42. You're looking at about an hour down the road before that arrives for you. Again, the storm likely to weaken as it does move a little farther south. Let me move the map real quick for you. And the reason why is I'm noticing that cell into maybe the center part of DeKalb County and down into LaSalle County, these are starting to maybe get a little bit stronger here. Again, still not of severe criteria because there is no severe thunderstorm warning. Wind surge for Lee County, heading for Harmon and Nelson. Again, that's out of our area, but that's just back to our west. So some of the areas the National Weather Service is looking at, and you can see the two severe thunderstorm warnings that they have in place, and I'll show you those as far as the information on those here in just a moment. So this is the Lee County storm until 12:30. That's the severe thunderstorm warning, and it looks like this particular cell, which is about to enter that box, there's going to be some really gusty winds with this. They're saying 60+ wind surge ahead of this, maybe especially some of these little finger appendages that you see out ahead of it. When I get in really close, you'll be able to see that while there's a kind of an edge to the storm, there are these little appendages that stick out, and that's one good indication that some strong gusty winds may be possible. Now, I don't have the best orientation of my radar. It's a little bit better, but it's not great. It's a good ways away from the radar that we're using. It's either going to be the Davenport radar, which I'm using there, or the Romeoville radar, the Chicago radar, that really is just not getting a great view into this storm. We're looking pretty far up into the storm. What we try to do is look close to the surface as possible, but National Weather Service thinks that, hey, there's going to be some pretty strong winds coming through. They mentioned Harmon and they mentioned Nelson, so the areas we were just seeing that show up there. There's Harmon. And then there may be some gusty winds there in the far extreme western parts of Lee County. Keep that in mind, because if that holds together, that will at some point put it into some of our western communities, especially the southern part of DeKalb County. Let me go back and look at the velocity, because it looks like we got a new scan that just came in. Yeah, that still has me a little concerned right here with this area just to the north and west of Hampshire. There should be a new scan that's going to come in within the next maybe 30 seconds or so. Next 30 seconds or so, we should get a new scan come in, and I just want to watch this part of the radar. And the reason why is, look, there's a lot of lightning with that part of the storm, although it appears to be strengthening a little bit farther south and west, maybe closer to Genoa, down to DeKalb. I showed you some of the cameras a bit earlier. Some of those cameras into places like DeKalb, we are picking up some pretty heavy rain that's coming down, and just know that that's going to be the case when these storms roll through. It'll be fast. You'll see some gusty winds. You'll likely hear some rumbles of thunder. And if you're in places like the western suburbs, I actually think you're going to get two rounds. You're going to get this round that'll come through, and then you'll get another round that'll roll in just a little bit later than that. If you're in McHenry and Lake County, what may happen is you'll get the first round of storms, and then you'll just get a good soaking rain, likely with some thunder and lightning, for probably a good 2 hours or so before all of that wraps up. National Weather Service has just issued a marine warning, as we would expect. Not a good idea to be on the lake this late at night with storms rolling in. Looks like they have allowed the severe thunderstorm warning to expire that was in place for DeKalb and McHenry County. However, still a good bit of storminess here. I'm going to stay with this just a little bit longer. Again, if I do leave you and just go back to the radar, just know that I am watching this. I will cut back in, every now and then, just to kind of give you an update of what I'm tracking, some things I'm watching, or of course, if a new severe thunderstorm warning begins to pop back up. In fact, this one really starting to pick up in intensity, and if it survives the trek across Lee County and another severe thunderstorm warning is issued into DeKalb County, I will certainly bring that information to you. Or if this line strengthens and possibly impacts Kane County or into Kendall County, because we are looking at these storms really starting to form more of a linear feature. I don't see any strong winds necessarily with that. There are likely going to be some gusty winds, but not of severe criteria. Yeah, there's the new scan that came in. That's a little bit better looking. The previous scan, the colors were kind of intense there. The brighter the color, typically it's picking up the stronger the winds, and I didn't like this orientation at all. That had me a bit concerned, but as these rolled east over the last 10 minutes or so, still a couple of features here that have me concerned. Looks like there may be a couple of little spin-ups trying to hold their own within this area, but nothing at the moment that bears any concern from the Weather Service or from myself in the need of prompting a warning or anything like that. Certainly something to watch. When you see it in the normal view, you can see there's really not a lot of intensity here, although some of these little appendages are sticking out. That's where we would expect gusty winds. This line, if you're in the western suburbs, not too far from you. If you're in places like Aurora or Schaumburg or Elgin, I think you're going to be seeing heavy rain within the next hour for sure. Storms are moving at about 35 miles per hour, so not the fastest we've ever seen, but certainly at a good clip. I actually am okay if they move a little bit more slowly, and the reason why is if they do move a little bit more slowly, as they move through, they'll use up some of the energy, and if they just keep marching forward, they'll just keep gobbling up more and more energy. If they take their time, they'll just get a steady feeding as opposed to just gobbling up, you know, a lot of warm air and kind of keeping themselves well fed. This way they may start to choke themselves out if they move slowly. The other reason is it keeps a good bit of rain falling, and if you can prolong the amount of rain that we're seeing, that is certainly good news. The western part of this is moving much more quickly than this northern part that we're seeing move across across parts of McHenry and even DeKalb County. This is good soaking rain, but I don't like all of the lightning that comes along with this and those gusty winds. 40 to 50 mile per hour winds are going to be possible if you're in Kane County, if you're in Cook County, even the northern part of Cook County, certainly in McHenry County, and if these hold together into Lake County as well. That was that special weather statement that we were looking at. Let me put the wind gusts back up. We haven't looked at those in a couple of moments. So if I can bring up the wind gusts, and bear with me while I pull those up, you'll see if the at 24 miles per hour, so they've come back down for Rockford. We had that 64 mile per hour gust earlier. That was within the last, as I back the radar up, yeah, there was the 64 mile per hour gust. We had some stronger gusts back to the west into Davenport, over 70 miles per hour. It does appear that these storms are weakening. It's what we expected. We knew they were going to be weakening as they pushed east. And it looks like that trend is gonna hold together. Right now, again, there's no warnings in place for our area. There are a couple of warnings just to the south and west. Wind gusts have come down with some of the storms. The temperatures are still into the 70s and 80s, so there's at least enough energy that these storms have to work with to at least sustain themselves. I'm expecting this to continue pushing through Chicago between about 2 to maybe 4 o'clock. More like 4 or 5 o'clock if you're in northwest Indiana, and then I think through about 6 o'clock we are done with this and starting to clear out. Then you get a break. Your Sunday morning should be relatively rain-free until we get to about maybe 10 to noon, and at some point between 10 and noon we'll be watching the radar very closely because there's going to be a couple of little pop-ups. This particular model run brings that pop-up over the lake, but this pop-up could happen to the north, it could happen to the west. Don't pay attention to exact location, just know what the radar is trying to do here. It's trying to pop up or initiate some type of convection, some type of storminess around the midday time frame. And then it's going to push it east, and as it does so, it will likely strengthen and continue to strengthen as it moves east. Meanwhile, our atmosphere will be stabilizing, and it is going to be breezy for tomorrow as well. The winds may gust over 30 to 40 miles per hour tomorrow during the afternoon, but that is what is going to help to cool us down. A live look around Chicago right now. I don't know if it's going to let me pull those images full. I mean, I'm not sure why it's not letting me do that. Normally I can pull these full, but for some reason it won't let me do that at the moment. Did see a little bit of lightning show up in that DeKalb camera, but it looks like heavy rain is coming down as well. I want to pull up the a couple of other for tomorrow. Let's start with that. Let's start with tomorrow's forecast. I think in the early morning you should be rain-free after the storms move through overnight. When we get to the midday time frame, notice there's about a 20% chance of some scattered showers. Now, I don't think everyone will see rain tomorrow, but I do think someone will get a shower or a storm to pop up, and then it will continue pushing east. It should be brief, it should be more of a quick downpour and then move on. It's also going to be pretty windy during the afternoon. West winds 20 to 25 miles per hour will likely gust over 30 to 35 miles per hour. This is what's going to help to cool us down. So today we were at 93 for our high temperature. Tomorrow I expect us to be in the low to mid 80s for our high temperature. And by Monday, as we're wrapping up the upper level part of the system, that's why we have that 40% chance of scattered showers, we'll cool the temperatures down into into the 70s. And then it takes us most of the week to rebound back into those 80s with the chance of rain rolling back in by Friday and Saturday. But most of the week should be dry. It should be a little bit cooler. The overnight lows will be a little bit more comfortable for those of you in which it's been just a little bit too warm. And it's also nice to see that we've had those rain chances are certainly welcome. We need those very, very badly. This is good news that we're seeing this show up on our radar. I am meteorologist Robb Ellis here in the First Alert Weather Center. I am tracking what's happening right now with strong storms moving through the area. There are severe storms just off to our west. Still a little too early to determine exactly how much those storms will hold together, but the trend is that we expect these to weaken. One quick line that's rolling through Kane County. It's right along the Kane and DeKalb County line, also into Kendall County. That one moving east, then there's a break, then there's another line back behind that. And that's what I'm keeping my eye on. In addition to the severe threat, the storms, whether or not they're severe, will likely contain lightning as well. And so good bit of lightning that's shown up just within the last hour or so. I'll set that into motion that you can see. The storms that developed within the last hour or two, these are producing some lightning, but it's nothing like the intensity of the storms that are ongoing to our west. These will likely weaken, especially as this has helped to cool and stabilize the atmosphere, but these still bear watching, especially since they do have warnings, a couple of warnings that are still out for Lee County and then over closer maybe to the Mississippi River Valley. That severe thunderstorm warning is going to be in place until 12:30 for Lee County, but at this point does not include DeKalb County. I'll watch all of these storms from DeKalb, where it's heavily raining right now, all the way down into Kendall County, and thankfully the storms are exiting LaSalle County, but you've got much more back to the west. And then for Chicago, you probably have another hour or two before you're going to have anything to worry about, but I do think you'll hear storms overnight, you'll hear rumbles of thunder, and then we should get a break as we get through about morning. Wind gusts, not so bad right now. We certainly aren't seeing those 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts that we were dealing with a little bit earlier. Here's your current observations. I'm going to show you real quick Futurecast one more time, and then I'll wrap this up with your forecast, and I'll leave you as I continue to watch the radar overnight. We'll leave the radar up, though, so keep it tuned right here on CBS News Chicago on the stream. Here's 2 or 3 in the morning. I think we'll see a good bit of rain across Chicago. Good news, but you'll also hear the rumbles of thunder and maybe some quick gusty winds that roll through. Probably not over 40 miles per hour, but a 40 to 50 mile per hour gust couldn't be ruled out as the initial line uses up some of that heating of the day that's still in place across much of the area. Here's 4 a.m. where this is starting to move into northwest Indiana, and then as we get through 5 or 6 a.m. the storms are exiting, the atmosphere is stabilizing, we're quieting down as the sun is coming up, and we are expecting some sunshine for the early part of the day. Unfortunately, that will help to warm things up and destabilize the atmosphere yet again. So at some point, there may be a couple of pop-ups. The radar is popping up a storm over the lake, certainly possible, but I think it could happen anywhere across Chicago or even into northwest Indiana. The thinking here is that as the storms move east, they will intensify, but by that point, they will be out of our area. So it's a bit of good news for us. And then we are just dealing with the upper level part of the system, which will kind of pinwheel through for late Sunday and into Monday. So our cameras here are showing relatively quiet conditions across much of the city right now, but some of our western suburbs are having to deal with those storms at the moment. The forecast for tomorrow: quiet the early part of the day, partly cloudy skies for much of the day. Many of you will not see rain or showers at all tomorrow, but there is about a 20% chance that any given point will have at least some type of shower or storm tomorrow as the temperatures move up into the 80s. I'd put that window in the noon to maybe 2 or 3 time frame. After that, I think the storms will be far enough to the east that we won't have to worry about it. And keep an eye on the wind gusts. They are going to be pretty breezy during the afternoon. It is going to be breezy for the Pride Parade, and that will certainly help to make it feel a little more comfortable. Wear your sunscreen tomorrow because there will be some sunshine, and then windy as the day wears on. So hang on to all of your gear out there for the Pride Parade, because I have a feeling we'll see balloons kind of taken adrift into the wind, and maybe some Pride Parade floats without things secured. They're going to have to be struggling into the wind. It will be a little bit of a brute force for tomorrow, especially as we get into the second half of the day. That is what's cooling us down. It's that gusty wind that brings us down into the 70s for your Tuesday and Wednesday. It's going to keep us in the 70s through Wednesday and Thursday, and then by Friday we're rebounding back into the 80s. A very summer-like forecast, but certainly on the cooler side than what we've been dealing dealing with. And yeah, hopefully we could get some more rain chances in the forecast. I don't like to put them on the weekend, but at least they're in there in the forecast. Again, I'm meteorologist Robb Ellis here in the First Alert Weather Center. I will be watching the radar during the overnight hours, during the next several hours. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to rest my voice for a moment. I'll keep an eye on this. If we do have new severe thunderstorm warnings that pop up or anything more serious than that, I will definitely be right back to cut in and let you know what to expect. Keep it tuned right here on CBS News Chicago. Good morning. I'm meteorologist Robb Ellis here in the First Alert Weather Center. We are tracking some strong to severe storms that are now moving across Chicago. I want to give you an update of what to expect. Let's start with where we are with watches and warnings, because we do have two warnings that are in place right now across Chicagoland. The two warnings are for Will County. One is going to be for DuPage and for Will County until 1:45. The other is going to be just for Will County until 1:45. Let me get you in a little bit closer and show you these, because we do have some concerns. Just bear with me one moment while I step away and just check a volume on a computer here. Thank you very much for that. Just wanted to make sure that my audio was coming through okay. It is now 1:27 early Sunday morning, and we are tracking a few strong storms that are continuing to move across Chicagoland. These are now approaching the western and southwestern suburbs. The strongest of the storms right now near Downers Grove, Naperville, DuPage, over to Countryside as well, Burr Ridge, Wood Ridge as well. Really intense storms, likely producing some gusty winds. The National Weather Service is thinking that the strongest winds are moving through northern Will County, but 50 to 60 mile per hour winds could be expected in the entire warned area. And the entire warned area is what you see in the orange outline. So Downers Grove for sure, Milton, Naperville, Burr Ridge, not quite LaGrange, but getting close, Hinsdale as well, all the way down to DuPage and Romeoville. And from some of our cameras, I noticed earlier I was watching some of the cameras, and we did have a camera over in Oak Brook. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. The camera showing a lot of lightning. We've been continuing to see lightning for much of the area really ramp up, and that's a good sign that the storms are at least holding together. We knew that the storms were going to continue moving east, and overall the trend has been weakening, but just within the last I'd say 15 minutes or so, we've seen these storms kind of spike in intensity. From our Hancock camera, let me actually go to our other camera looking west. You'll be able to see a lot more of the lightning when we look at from downtown if you look to the west, because the storms are continuing to move in. And here's a bit of good news. Despite the fact that we have the severe weather, it is raining. This is great news. It's not necessarily great news if you have to be out overnight, but I do think we'll get a break from this in the morning, and then we may pick up a few showers and storms during midday to the afternoon. But the fact that we have rain showing up on radar is certainly good news. I just don't want it to come with the strong storms that we're seeing right now on radar. These are moving at a pretty good pace, enough that they'll be moving by very quickly. Notice how, by the way, we do have a few areas where the storms are starting to push out ahead of the line, and typically what that means, not always, but typically what that means in these little notches that push out ahead of it is this is where the winds are the strongest. So I'd say right now, Darien, Burr Ridge, Wood Ridge, probably all along, what is that, 79th Street. As I get in a little bit closer, you'll be able to see those pop up likely. That's where we're likely seeing some 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts. I'm hoping my street names will pop up, but I don't see it there. You can definitely see the Stevenson, Interstate 55, the Tri-State, Veterans Memorial, 294 and 355 respectively. Downers Grove, boy, look at the heavy rain coming down right now, right at 88 at 355. Looking at some of the conditions there. Sorry, I was just looking off screen. National Weather Service is going to continue issuing some special weather statements for parts of Will County, DuPage, Cook, Northern Lake counties. I'll show you that. Typically what they do if the criteria are just below severe thunderstorm warning criteria is they'll issue what we call a special weather statement. Basically, it's just an outline of an area that we're tracking where some gusty winds are possible and where we're going to see just under severe criteria. In fact, there it is right there. It's this box outline. The southern part of Cook County includes the loop all the way down to Joliet and even part of Lake County there, northwestern Lake County. That's Lake County, Indiana. But we still do have the two severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place. Those are going to be for DuPage and Will, as well as the northwestern part of Will County. The strongest part of the storm is certainly moving into the western suburbs. In fact, it is not too far from our camera there. I just wanted to see if I could get a good estimate of where we are and how close that cell is to it. There's Oak Brook. So we're kind of right between the two systems, the two cells coming through, but boy, it's going to rush through there in a moment. So let me go back to that. Here's our Oak Brook camera, and yeah, it is rocking and rolling in a big way. Now, the strongest of the winds are probably about to push through there right at Oak Brook. You can see the camera is certainly shaking. It is certainly very heavy rain that's coming down, but I think we're actually in between the two cells that are coming through. Severe thunderstorm warning is going to continue for DuPage and for Will County. Whew, a lot of lightning. In fact, I think we saw a power flash there in addition to the lightning strike. A lot of lightning with these cells. Let me actually pull up the lightning. I'm going to come back to that camera. Boy, look at how heavily the rain is coming down, enough that we're losing the visibility. I believe that is 88 that is off in the distance. I'm not 100% sure. It's hard to tell with the rain and with the lightning, kind of the camera jumping around. I can see folks turning on their flashers, their emergency flashers on the roadway there, because the rain is coming down so heavily. It's going to make travel nearly impossible where that rain is coming down that heavily. The lightning we're looking at, I'll turn the lightning on, broaden the view just a little bit. So this is the most intense part of the storm that's just coming in. In fact, it's right over that camera at the moment. So again, I'm meteorologist Robb Ellis. You are watching live severe weather coverage right here on CBS News Chicago. I'm in the First Alert Weather Center. It is now 1:33. We have two severe thunderstorm warnings. These are going to be for the western and southwestern suburbs. Boy, look at the visibility. I mean, it's just gone to almost zero here, where we really can't even see the roadway off in the distance. This is that line, that very heavy line that's pushing in. And I do believe we are looking west, so we are looking directly into the storm heading towards us. You can see we are losing the visibility of those lights as the rain really hinders our visibility and continues to push towards this camera. This camera is located on the top of a tower there. I'm not sure the name of that building, but it is elevated quite a bit. So the winds may be a little stronger where this camera is compared to the surface. Weather Service is saying that the winds are slowly coming down. They're going to let the warning stay in place, but the storms don't appear to be as strong as about 10 to 15 minutes ago. Although looking at this camera, it certainly gives you an idea of how heavy the rain is. Let me switch to a different camera just to show you the view from downtown, looking off to the west with a little bit of a southwest jog. I believe that's what we're looking at here. And we are certainly seeing the heavy rain. I'm trying to figure out exactly which direction I'm looking. We may actually be looking northwest. It's hard to tell from this image. From our Prudential camera, we are looking south. From our Grant Park camera, we'll be looking north. When I pull that one up, yeah, you can see that there's a good bit of rain that's been coming down, and it's certainly helping to provide some much needed relief, but I don't like to see it come with this type of intensity where the winds are gusting at times 50, maybe 60 miles per hour. This is the camera that we were looking at just now. We had several that I pulled up, but the camera, the Oak Brook camera, is somewhere right around in here, and I believe we were looking at 88 off in the distance. I think that camera is located right about here, but it may be right about here. If I can pull in a little bit closer, I may be able to tell you. Yeah, I'm not 100% positive exactly where it is without having to pull out my my handy-dandy guide that tells me where all of these are with more specificity. But suffice it to say that from that Oak Brook camera, you can definitely make out. Look at the visibility. I mean, it's gone to zero at this point. It's raining so heavily, and the lightning is continuing there. In fact, we may have even lost power at times, although I think if we lose power at this location, we would probably lose our camera. But boy, just a lot of lightning with that. And you can even see it from our downtown cameras as well. Let me go back to the radar and let me just kind of dive in. I do want to look at some of the areas where the heaviest rain is falling, as well as some of the strongest winds. So right now, the heaviest rain is moving out of Downers Grove. It's pushing into LaGrange. It's pushing through Oak Brook Terrace. We're looking at Hinsdale. This is on down to Willowbrook. We're going to be seeing this eventually approach the southwestern suburbs for sure. Orland Park, This is moving through Romeoville, Lockport. This is passing through Plainfield. A lot of lightning ongoing, so you've probably been awakened by that. Again, we're just trying to provide you a live update of what to expect. There are no tornado warnings. It is merely severe thunderstorm warnings, and there are 2 at this time. They essentially do include the western suburbs, essentially between the Tri-State and Veterans Memorial, and then on down to maybe the far extreme southwestern suburbs, all the way out to maybe Joliet and Plainfield and Naperville. These areas, Plainfield, DuPage, where we are seeing the kind of, I think, the least of the 2 strong thunderstorms, the least strong of the 2. Let's see, National Weather Service is issuing some marine warnings for along the lake, but not as much of a concern because not many people are out on the lake, hopefully at this hour, although there are some that do go out on the lake this late. And then you can see the lightning approaching the downtown area as well, so a good shield of rain. I like to see that we're receiving some rain, and it'll probably rain for another maybe half hour to maybe an hour behind this. Once we get this first batch through, the severe weather threat should diminish. In fact, I don't even know that these severe thunderstorms are holding together. In fact, I think the strongest of the winds have likely moved out of the polygon. And what I mean by that is the little box that the National Weather Service draws. Here's the polygon right here. Here's one for that severe thunderstorm warning. And then there's another one where the other severe thunderstorm warning is right about here. They basically draw it around the storm, or if the storm is right here and they expect the storm to go east, that's what they'll do. But you can see the strongest of the winds, which in this view, it's hard to tell because I'm using what we call our velocity product, but the strongest of the winds would be right here. It's the leading edge of that cell. When I put it on the radar, you'll be able to see. That's where the storms are, kind of the leading edge is starting to ingest some of that untapped heat and humidity from earlier in the day today. That's where the storms are the strongest. They've essentially moved out of the severe thunderstorm warning box, though. Probably going to allow those to expire. In fact, yes, the National Weather Service will allow the severe thunderstorm warning to expire, the westernmost of those 2 warnings. So they're going to allow this one to expire. This one is still in place, but we'll have to see what they do if they extend it into Cook County. It's not necessarily, the severe thunderstorm warning was issued for gusty winds over 60 miles per hour. Speaking of gusty winds, let me just check the gust to see if anything has been reported at Midway or at O'Hare. We'll see what pops up here. 28 over the last hour at O'Hare, 28 miles per hour is what we've seen, but the storm has not quite yet moved across Midway. Let me see if I can pull up the Midway camera. No promises here. I'm having to kind of use a different machine that I normally do, but I want to pull that up and see if that's something that I can use. Bear with me on that, and I'll see if I can bring that up momentarily. In the meantime, let's go back to our Oak Brook camera. Pardon me, that's my phone app to let me know that a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued, just in the event that I've stepped away from the radar for a moment, so I apologize for that. Let me go back to the Oak Brook camera to see if the visibility, if nothing else, has improved there. No, look at the heavy rain that's coming down still, and still a lot of lightning. From our camera downtown, you can see, you'll see some flashes of lightning as well. Well, our Midway camera is not live, so I am not going to use that. I won't be able to pull up our Midway camera. I was hoping I could get a nice view of the airport there. I can pull up our O'Hare camera. This is from Rosemont. Let me bring that up for you. Roadways are wet. Not raining as heavily here in this location, but certainly enough to wet the roadways, and the flashes of lightning are continuing. From our live cameras here, I'll pull all of them up as they populate. You can see Oak Brook is certainly seeing the heaviest of the rain at the moment, but all of these cameras will continue to see more and more rain coming down. In fact, a lot of lightning strikes you can see from all of our cameras. Some of them may have a little bit of a delay. It may be the same lightning strike. It just comes in at a different feed, at a different speed and a different feed. But certainly interesting to watch. Again, the Oak Brook camera, really been struggling here to see anything that's been happening because that's where the heaviest rain has been. The heaviest rain has been coming in. It's where the severe thunderstorm warning is likely producing some gusty winds. Look at where all the lightning is right now. It's the western suburbs. The western suburbs just getting hammered right now. The southwestern suburbs as well with some really intense rain. They have expired both of the severe thunderstorm warnings. National Weather Service is saying they had a peak winds anywhere between 45 to 50 miles per hour at their office in Romeoville. So they are certainly, and their office is located right about where you see that little circle. I'll point it out here on the map. So their office located right about here, which is very close to where the radar is. When the storms came through, 45 to 50 miles per hour, that is just shy of severe criteria, but the storms were weakening at the time. So they may have had the severe criteria when the warning was issued, and they may have held together long enough that verified. Radar from the National Weather Service are also saying that the radar is going to have showing similar wind speeds from Cicero to Manhattan going forward. So, you know, looking a little farther to the south, where I haven't spent a lot of time looking. Here we go. So Manhattan down to Cicero as well. So essentially, this part of the line. Which is just a little farther south, so the southern end of this. So this would be south of where we had those earlier wind speeds, and National Weather Service is saying the radar is supporting that as well. So hang on, we'll get through it tonight. Again, it'll wake you up. It'll when it comes through, it'll produce some gusty winds, very heavy downpours. It may rain pretty heavily for 15-20 minutes, and then kind of taper off to a lighter rain. The western suburbs right now, even over to O'Hare. In fact, let me go back to our Rosemont camera, because earlier we were watching this and it was just kind of a light to moderate rain. But yeah, you can see the rain has certainly picked up here. Looks like a couple emergency vehicles out on the roadways there. Maybe a few folks with their flashers on. Yeah, there's a guy going by with their flashers on right about there. So he's letting folks know he's slowing down and, again, taking it slow. Be careful if you have to be out. Now, the good news is we expected this to roll through overnight. It's continuing to push through overnight, and I think by about 4 or 5, we're done with this across the entire area. It includes northwest Indiana. And then we get a break, and then we get a break through about midday, and then we may pick this back up. Unfortunately, this may be a little bit of a primer for some of the moisture in the atmosphere, but because it's been so dry, I'm not as impressed with that philosophy or that thinking, just because we've been in such a drought situation. Normally, when we have this kind of situation, it would bring in a good bit of moisture, it would drop that, and that's certainly still the case for the next round that comes through, but again, the drought may mitigate that just a little bit if there is any bit of good news. Boy, look at the rain that's coming in on the west side. It's just it's much needed rain. It's probably a little too much too fast. A lot of this is going to run off and not really help our drought situation. We'll take every little bit we can, and I know many of the gardeners are liking to see this. I know you don't want to see the gusty winds that come through. But any bit of rain is good news. Get through the severe threat, which, by the way, is waning, and I think we'll be okay for the rest of the night. And then we may have to pick this back up midday into the early afternoon for tomorrow. As far as our severe thunderstorm warnings, we still have 2 that are in place. They are going to expire in the next 10 seconds, so I will leave that up. They're going to expire the severe thunderstorm watch for Lee and Ogle, which is a little farther to our west and to our south and west. These warnings should drop off right there, right on cue, as we see the clock change to 1:45. You are watching live severe weather coverage right here on CBS News Chicago of some pretty impressive thunderstorms that are moving through. You are going to be rocking and rolling for the next hour or so across Chicago with heavy rain, a lot of lightning, and some gusty winds at times, maybe 40 to 50 miles per hour. The lightning has been prolific. It's actually picked up in intensity, I think, within the last hour or so compared to what it was the last time I came here and brought this to you. Our LaSalle and Kankakee camera are not showing up in that view, but you can certainly see the lightning showing up in many of our other views. We're seeing a little bit better on our Oak Brook camera, although the lightning is still prolific. Starting to lose some of the visibility from our downtown cameras. There are more of the lightning strikes going off as they slide across most of our cameras. What to expect? Okay, so you have a good bit of rain for the next hour. The next hour will be If you like sleeping during thunderstorms, this is going to be your night if this hasn't woken you up and maybe you're tuning in just to check out what's been going on. The severe weather threat is diminishing, but there's going to be some gusty winds. Once this pushes by, I think we'll get a break. In fact, as I switch to a little bit of a different radar and I broaden the view, this first piece moves by and we're good. I think we're going to be quiet behind this. It'll move through, I think, about 4 or 5, and we're good. Then there's a break, and then I think most of this will diminish overnight. They're expiring the severe thunderstorm watch for Lee and Ogle, which was in place. And then I think this is going to be our morning time. So this will be our 6 a.m. to maybe 11 a.m. time frame. Really quiet conditions, maybe an isolated shower, but overall we're looking pretty good. And then I think we'll see some showers and storms pick back up about midday, and then into the evening we'll have to deal with the upper level part. To move through. But for here, for the Pride Parade or whatever's going on for your Sunday, I think the early part of the day it's a break, and then midday we'll watch the radar pretty closely. And the reason why is, and I'm just to show you, your timestamp is right inside the banner there. Your timestamp is right there. So this is 6 a.m. according to our future clouds and radar. There's the break that I mentioned. And then once we get into late morning, this is 10 a.m., once we get through about midday into the early afternoon, there may be a spotty shower that pops up. Now this model is putting it over the lake, but I've seen it pop up on a previous model run over the city, to the south. Don't pay attention to exact location, just get the idea that somewhere across the area we may have this isolated shower storm that pops up, and as it moves east we'll see these intensify and then they'll be out of the area by that point. Then we'll just have a few leftover showers. But there is a critical window there about, I think, midday to about 2 where we could have an isolated shower or storm pop up, and while it may not be severe, it could still produce lightning. When you have so many folks outside for a large event like the Pride, let's say, for example, or any outdoor event that's going on today, we always want folks to take heed of that, to be alert to that possibility. Look at the rain coming through. I love seeing the rain, and that is fantastic news. I know all of the gardeners, I'm a little bit of an amateur gardener myself. I like to see this rain. It's, again, probably a little bit too much too fast. Most of this is going to run off. It'll get into the creeks and tributaries and rivers eventually, and that'll essentially be gone. We want it to be a good soaking rain. We could use that. Certainly the agriculture could use it as well for some of the farmers out there, especially farther to the south into central Illinois and central Indiana. Okay, still some lightning that's ongoing. We have lost all of our severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to put in all of the watches and warnings that we have right here. So we do still have a marine warning that's in place. That's because the storms are still going out over the lake. We still have a severe thunderstorm watch back to the west, but this is going to continue to be trimmed back. And the threat for storms will be there through this early morning, but it's not going to be, at least the threat is diminishing overall. Still keep an eye on this though, and I'm going to be watching it here in the First Alert Weather Center, especially the southern part of this line, because as this moves over the lake is relatively stable, and it will likely help to stabilize some of these storms. But the southern end that is tapping into some of this very warm air that's still in place here may have enough potential, especially with the little outflow boundary that's getting developed, may have a potential to at least sustain some storms. Maybe eventually they could spike in intensity briefly. I'll watch it for sure. You know, I think if you hear that rumble of thunder, I'll keep the radar up for you so you'll know what to expect. Keep it tuned right here on CBS News Chicago. I will keep you updated overnight. Make sure you tune in 5 to 8 a.m. I believe Jackie is in today. Jackie Kostick is in today for Suzanne Lemonnier along with myself. And then I think your morning will be quiet until we get through about midday, and we'll have to watch the radar at that point. Keep it tuned right here on CBS News Chicago. We've got you covered. Good morning, meteorologist Robb Ellis here in the First Alert Weather Center. Thank you for staying tuned here with us on CBS News Chicago. I've gotten information that the National Weather Service is about to issue another severe thunderstorm warning. In fact, it just popped up here. You may be hearing your weather radio go off if you have one of those. I do want to make you aware of that warning and kind of track it along with you, because there's some pretty gusty winds happening right now in the southeastern part of Cook County heading into Lake County, Indiana, especially across the Dan Ryan, near Harvey right now. South Holland likely experiencing some extremely gusty winds. Whiting, Hammond, Munster, Merrillville, Gary are likely going to be seeing some extremely gusty winds. This is the area that we're tracking right now. This is just about to cross the state line. I'll try to bring up some cameras here along the state line as well from our Interstate 65, our Indiana DOT cameras. Let me show you the velocities that I'm talking about here. I'm actually going to use our Midway Airport scans, just because they are showing kind of embedded within this line. Notice the bright spots there, and I'll point out what I'm looking at, and then I'll query these to see what they're showing. So the line of storms is producing these extremely gusty winds right now. Burnham over to Calumet City, down to Harvey, which it's just passed through, but there's also these little pixels of orange that are showing up, and those orange pixels are likely over 60-mile-per-hour winds. In fact, usually those are queried right at 60 miles per hour. Let me turn off the severe thunderstorm warning. It wants to query that as part of the warning, and I just want to see the query for the velocity. So 60-mile-per-hour winds likely showing up. We're also seeing the same thing here, 54-mile-per-hour winds near Burnham. Could be right around 60 miles per hour. This is going to move right across the Bishop Ford, Calumet City. South Holland for sure is getting in on some of that. Lansing, Hammond. This did produce some 45-mile-per-hour gusts when it was near Midway Airport, but this is just about to cross the Lansing, the airport there in Lansing, and probably we're going to get a gust that'll pop up here. In fact, I'm going to pull that up for you just a moment. Bear with me while I bring that up. Here's a look at some of the gusts. We did have a 23-mile-per-hour gust as of the most recent, but I believe there was a gust of 39, there was a gust of 46 near Joliet, and then I think when this passes through the Lansing area, we're going to see at least a 50-mile-per-hour spike, I have a feeling. Good strong storm rolling through. Good that we're getting the rain, not good that we're getting the winds and the lightning that goes along with it, but the south side of Chicago right now is rocking and rolling with more storms. In fact, some really strong storms that are about to move through Whiting as well. Make sure that if you're wondering what all of the commotion is outside, all of the lightning, and if this is severe weather, if you're in southeastern Cook County and into parts of Lake County, yes, this is going to be a severe thunderstorm that's moving your way. Let me show you the warning. Here's the warning outline, just so you'll see it. This is right along the southern rim of the lake. This is the south side of Chicago. This includes really the southeastern portion of Cook County. This is Dolton down to Calumet City. This is going to be Whiting, really the Indiana side of the lake, starting at the state line over to East Chicago, Calumet City, South Holland, Hammond, Munster, Lansing, Merrillville as well, Griffith, over to Gary, Hobart, Lake Station, Merrillville. So this is a good bit of area that this warning is going to cover, and the winds are pretty strong. In fact, some of the stronger winds we've seen, there is the LaSalle County had a 48-mile-per-hour wind gust. That was about an hour ago, so that is an old report coming in. DeKalb County has, it looks like some old reports are starting to trickle in. Oh, pardon me. Sorry about that. Lost my microphone as I was trying to go over to the other computer to read my my storm reports. Again, if you're just tuning in, I'm meteorologist Robb Ellis. It is just after 2 o'clock. It is 2:08 here on Sunday morning. I'm tracking severe thunderstorms along with you. Probably have been awakened if you're in the city of Chicago, because just about everyone has received some rain and a lot of lightning and storms. We appreciate you keeping it tuned right here on CBS News Chicago for this severe weather coverage, or just to keep your eye on the storms. I'm doing that for you during the overnight. There's also a little bit of an outflow boundary that's about to push through Kankakee County and through northwest Indiana, and that will cool you down a bit, but it's also going to likely bring you some gusty winds. Looks like overnight. We had some 50-mile-per-hour gusts in Winnebago County. It looks like some of the old reports are trickling in from the National Weather Service. Right now, what we are most concerned about is the really gusty winds that are showing up and about to push through. In fact, look at that little segment right there. I'm going to get you in real close here. What I'm tracking, and if you're tracking along with me, watch this. This is the a little bow echo of some strong storms, some very gusty winds that are just about to cross the state line. This is going to impact the Indiana Toll Road, the Skyway. This is going to move into East Chicago. I think that's going to be through Brainerd Avenue there. There's the new scan that's coming in. This is going to impact, I want to say this is Klein that comes up off of the off of 8094 and then eventually connects with the tollway and the Skyway and the toll road, the Indiana Toll Road. That's where we're seeing the gustiest of the winds right now. This is moving right across Interstate 90. This is now passed through the Bishop Ford. Sorry, I was reading some additional information, but what I'm tracking are those really strong, bright orange pixels. Now, when I query this, you will see what the value actually is corresponding to that. So close to 70 miles per hour, right along the state line. If you are right along the state line in the southern part of Cook County, just south of Whiting, between, I'd say, Whiting and Cal City, boy, you've really got a strong storm that's rolling through. It's relatively small. It's kind of compact. This is going to impact East Chicago, Whiting. Eventually, this is going to roll right into Gary, although the strongest of the storm should stay to the north. Hammond, down to, say, Merrowville. I think the strongest winds are going to stay north of you, but boy, look at that. That is just impressive how strong those winds are. Okay, new scan coming in. This is now impacting 120th Street right along US 12. Again, I believe that's Klein. That's 912, if I'm not mistaken. Dickey Road. This is almost about to exit the lake, but there's still a good bit of gusty winds to the south of that as well. Let me switch over to the normal view of radar. Let me actually go back to the high resolution view, and you can see where the heaviest of the rain is, and that's where the strongest of the winds are. It's now bypassed the Bishop Ford. It's still raining very heavily on the Bishop Ford. Let me bear with it. I'm loading these up. It'll take a moment, and I apologize for any adjustment there of the scene. So you are looking at 80-94 at the state line. Look at the rain coming down in sheets. Definitely wet on the roadways. We haven't seen this in a while. Also, by the way, that means that there's going to be additional kind of oil buildup. It's going to be slick on these roads, more so than it would be if we had been getting a steady supply of rain. Hasn't rained on these roads in a while, so there's going to be a steady buildup of some of that oil and other things along the roadway that can make it very slick. Here's 80-94 at Calumet. You can see the rain is being driven by the wind. I don't necessarily see any gusty winds at that location. Camera is shaking a little bit here at 80-94 at Klein. I mentioned Klein a little bit earlier. I think this is maybe getting outside of where that storm is coming through. I think we're going to see it here at the state line. We're going to see the visibility go down. And look at the people with their flashers on because they're coming out of the most intense rain. Now, I don't know what direction we are looking here. Sometimes it's a little difficult to tell on some of these cameras. We're looking west there, but I don't have a notation here on which direction I am looking. I have a feeling we're looking east, just by the nature of the way the wind is pushing the rain. It's pushing it kind of away from the camera, which gives me a good indication that we are looking east down 80-94. Storm is coming in from behind us, so likely going to see the visibility really drop here dramatically once the storm it kind of arrives at this area, which it should be very, very close. Back to the radar real quick, and then we'll come back to that camera. Yeah, we are looking at 80-94 right about there. Yeah, we should have the heaviest of the rain there. In fact, it's showing up. Let me switch to our different radar. We've got a new scan just coming through. So yeah, the heaviest rain now across Indianapolis Boulevard, and then what's the next one? Calumet. And you can see Klein there, which is 912. So yeah, we've got a good bit of up, and you can see it in our cameras, but maybe not a good bit of lightning showing up there. Look at all the people with their yeah, here's Indianapolis. You can see the visibility certainly coming down here. Again, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in place, and that's going to go for Lake County, Indiana, as well as the southeastern part of Cook County. Seeing if any new information was coming in from the National Weather Service, but nothing at the moment that's coming through. Notice the wind picking up here from this camera as well, where the wind is kind of pushing the rain. It looks like people are slowing down. And you can see the lightning is prolific here. As we look at 80-94 at Burr, this is much farther down the line, but likely going to see some heavy rain or roll and approach that location. Here's folks coming out of Illinois and into Indiana, and with their flashers on because the rain has been pretty heavy there. Also, the gusty winds are going to make it difficult to travel. Let's go back to the radar and show where we are seeing the heaviest rain. Iterate the severe thunderstorm warning that's in place. This includes the southern part of Cook County, the Bishop Ford over to 80-94, the Indiana Toll Road, part of the Skyway as well. Gusty winds have been moving across East Chicago right now. Let me bring up the velocity again to see how strong that little bit of a storm was earlier that we were looking at. We had some 60 to 70 mile per hour according to the radar scans, but does that actually make it to the surface? Is that verified? So far, I have not seen that. I was wondering if the airport there in Lansing would spike with a wind gust reading, but as of yet, I don't see that. Computer wants to be very stubborn to pull that graphic up. There we go. It certainly looks like it's improved. I'm going to back this up. Your timestamp, I'm going to point it out to you, and then I won't be able to show it to you when I back up, or at least the arrow here. 2:17, but as I back the time frame up, so look at it right about there. This is the area where we saw the gusty winds just past the Bishop Ford, so they crossed the Bishop Ford, then they moved into Indiana, moved into East Chicago. The storm is weakened, but still likely producing some maybe 50 mile per hour winds. Probably going to allow the warning to hold in place from the National Weather Service for the extended time. As far as the actual information of the severe thunderstorm warning includes just that southeastern portion of Cook County. Not all of Cook County. This is really the south side of Chicago, really the southeastern side of Chicago. This is Calumet City. This is South Holland, Hammond, Merrowville. We're looking at kind of the northwest Indiana side. What I was trying to do is pull up the information on the warning. Let me bring that up for you so we can populate that and show you. This is going to be until 2:45 a.m. for Cook and for Lake County. That's the southeastern part of Cook County. It is now 2:18. You are watching live coverage of our First Alert weather radar, and I'm meteorologist Robb Ellis here in the First Alert Weather Center tracking these storms. I think we've got about another hour or two of at least something on the radar before we get a break. And as I widen the view, you get a sense of things really looking much better across the area. So we had some really strong storms move through the city. There's going to be a break behind this line. Once that break moves through, we'll likely break into some sunshine. And then as we get through about midday, I think this kind of unstable area just to our north and west, part of the upper level system, may come through and help to trigger some showers and storms about midday. I know that's not good news for the Pride Parade and all the other events that are happening around Chicago, but I want to make you aware of that. There's a possibility we could see the radar light up again around midday. Just checking out a few other pieces of information just to see if there's any new information that's come across from the National Weather Service. They did have a gust at Navy Pier to 43 miles per hour. That was, looks like about 15 minutes ago. That was as of 2:04 a.m. They had a gust at Navy Pier. Looks like other parts of the area, anywhere from 45 to 50 miles per hour. Let me bring up those gusts again to see if Lansing is actually, there's a gust in Gary at 44. And we had a couple of other gusts that popped up as well. Thankfully, it looks like that as it moved into Gary, it did weaken a good bit. Still a pretty strong storm, and if you're just waking up and maybe you popped on CBS News Chicago to see if you could find some live coverage, that's what we're here for. I'm definitely going to be staying with this for just a few more minutes as we watch the severe thunderstorm roll now into Lake County. They'll probably trim this back from Cook County within the next 5 minutes or so. In fact, they're going to continue it for Lake. They are actually taking it out. They've canceled it for Cook County. So when I put, it's funny, they did that right as I was saying it. So now they've taken Cook County out of that, as it looks like it's more of just a Lake County storm. The radar is still heavy with rain. I'd like to see this more of a moderate soaking rain back to the west for a good portion of Chicago. I wish it would last a little bit longer. The good news is that this system isn't moving terribly quickly, and that's good for a couple of reasons. One, if the storms were moving very fast, it would only help to amplify the gusty wind threat. Also, the storms would be using up the energy at a much more enhanced pace. In other words, they would kind of have a steady supply of energy as the storms rolled across the area. They're kind of taking their time. They're moving east at about 35 miles per hour. They're also allowing the rain to stay a little bit longer. We need this rain. It's probably a little bit too much, too fast in the onset of this. Most of this is going to run off, but that good soaking rain, about an hour or 2 hours of this, will certainly be good news. Let me see if I can find out how much rain has fallen already. Stand by. I'll put on the precipitation. Let's see if that will pop up. I don't know that it's actually going to populate the amount that has fallen. It may just estimate for me. There we go, finally getting some data to populate. Looks like some locations have received at least an inch of rain, estimated by radar. Peak winds of 40 to 45 miles per hour coming in into parts of northwest Indiana. National Weather Service is calling that good signs, and thank you to them for that. As far as the radar, starting to see these storms weaken as they move into northwest Indiana. Again, the whole line has, while it has peaked and spiked occasionally, the general trend has been for this to weaken as it moves east, and I think that that's going to continue to be the case. We expect kind of an overall weakening trend, even as this line moves into northwest Indiana, lull over to Valparaiso. Expect to see some 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts once these storms move by, and you'll get some rain. I like to see people getting some rain. I know we need it. We need it desperately. In fact, the farther south you go, I think the more dire the conditions get, for sure. Once this moves through, it should help to stabilize things for a little bit. And then looking ahead, while I have you here, I'll just show you that for tomorrow is to have at least a break in the early part of the day. And you know what? That is, it says tomorrow, but technically, because it is Sunday, that is actually Monday's forecast. Let me give you a little bit of an update on what to expect. So let me show you the 7-day, and then I'll come back to the radar and I'll leave you with that. Always this time of night we have a little bit of a strange issue on our 7-day where Monday doesn't line up with Monday. It's actually Sunday, but the numbers are right. So Sunday's forecast is 82 and a chance of showers and storms. I'm not going to linger because the data, we get this weird time change things during the overnight hours in our computer system. So there's the rain moving on by Will County, a good soaking rain coming down, but a lot of lightning with it as well. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning for Lake County. That's Lake County, Indiana, not Lake County, Illinois, although you're still receiving a good bit of soaking rain in Lake County, Illinois. A lot of lightning along the leading edge of this as well, an outflow boundary which may produce some 40 to 45 mile per hour gusts. I think through about 3 o'clock for northwest Indiana, through about 4 o'clock maybe for LaPorte County. And I think by that point we'll see the rain begin to taper off. You can join us at 5 o'clock for our morning show. I will be there along with Jackie Kostick this morning. I believe she is our anchor this morning as Suzanne has the weekend off. And we will be wrapping up the day's events, and I'll have an update on our forecast for midday. We'll show you the latest on what to expect, especially if you're going to be out along the Pride Parade. If the storms have awakened you, I appreciate you tuning in here to CBS News Chicago. Again, looks like things are beginning to wane yet again. We're starting to see things begin to weaken a bit, but I'll be here in the First Alert Weather Center watching these storms. I'm going to leave you with the radar and also filtering through some of the cameras. Thank you for keeping it tuned right here to CBS News Chicago.
This is CBS 2 News at 5.
A day of celebration in Chicago as we count down to the 2023 Pride Parade. We're live along the parade route with the latest on this year's safety measures and how the festivities could impact your morning commute. Plus, fears of a Russian rebellion end almost as quickly as they began. The latest from Russia, where a rogue mercenary seems to have changed his mind. And taking a live look outside right now at our wet Chicago skyline. Storms swept through our area overnight, but the rain isn't done with us just yet. Well, good morning. It's Sunday, June 25th. I'm Jackie Kostek in for Suzanne this morning. Thank you so much for joining us on this Pride Parade day. Breaking overnight, the strong storms have caused some serious damage in the western suburbs. In Cicero, a tree snapped in half, causing damage to multiple homes and cars. This was on 28th Street near Austin Boulevard in Cicero. We also spotted some flooding in that area, so be careful if you are heading out on the streets this morning. Meteorologist Robb Ellis is here with us with our first check of our first alert forecast. And Rob, I'm still seeing some green behind you.
Yeah, the radar's still a little bit active, and thankfully all the severe weather threats and the stronger storms have died down, but it rained. This is great news. We needed this rain. We just didn't need the damage that came along with it or the lightning. Now we're moving that out of here. A couple of showers that will wrap up here within the next hour or so. There is some lightning out there. We'll keep an eye on that, but I think within the next hour this is done, and it should remain calm through about midday. 60s, that's where we sit currently. Your forecast for the next 12 hours will move quickly through the 70s, and then we're up into the 80s by about noon. Now that's likely when we'll reach our high temperature. Two things I want you to know about today. Between noon and about maybe 5 o'clock, I think we'll have a chance for some scattered showers, maybe even a few thunderstorms, especially right around noon. We'll watch for that. And two, it's going to be windy today, especially during the afternoon. There's a pattern change on the way. We're going to cool things down, and in order to do that, you move the air mass. That's the gusty winds. I'll be back in a bit to talk about just how strong the winds could be, that threat for storms this afternoon, and what to expect as we head into next week.
All right, Rob, thank you. Happening today, the 52nd annual Chicago Pride Parade sets off at noon. Thousands are expected to join in on the long-standing tradition of pride celebrating the LGBTQ+ community. But it does come with some safety concerns this year. So CBS 2's Asal Razai is live at the start of that parade route with more. Asal, good morning to you.
Jackie, good morning. Right now, things are pretty calm. We're seeing some trucks start to come out to get set up for the parade. We know that Chicago police say they have security plans in place and plan to have about 200 extra officers on patrol for the parade and for the festivities that will follow. This comes as safety in the LGBTQ+ community safety concerns have grown not only here in Chicago, but an anti-LGBT sentiment really growing across the country over the years. We've seen a large surge of legislative actions targeting the community, which in some cases have led to protests and even violence. It's a concern both event organizers and Chicago police are taking very seriously. Businesses we talked to along the parade route say they're hoping for the best.
Just supporting each other as well as having people support us. It's a community that's under attack right now.
And remember, this is one of the biggest pride celebrations that we see in the country. It's happening right here in Chicago. The parade route kicks off here at noon at Montrose and Broadway. It's almost 3 miles long. We'll head down some major streets here in Uptown and towards Lincoln Park. I'm live in Uptown this morning. Asal Razai, CBS 2 News. Jackie, back to you.
Asal, thank you. Well, right now a woman is in critical condition after she was stabbed by a man in Grant Park. So this happened around 7:30 last night, about a mile from the Pride in the Park Music Festival. Police say the 26-year-old woman was outside when a 44-year-old man approached and they began arguing. We're told the man stabbed her in the chest before running off. He was found and arrested a short time later. 3 homes have been destroyed by a large fire in Berwyn. Video from the Citizen app and social media show the intensity of that fire near 22nd and Harvey. These were taken just before 6 o'clock yesterday evening. It started in one home and then quickly spread into 2 houses next door. We're told firefighters called for more help before they even reached the scene. Everyone inside did make it out safely, and the cause of the fire is still under investigation. Well, we're less than a week away from NASCAR's Chicago takeover. The races and festivities are set for July 1st and 2nd, but today more street closures will go into effect. So if you plan to be downtown, take note. Starting today, Columbus Drive will be closed from Roosevelt Road to Jackson Boulevard, and then Jackson Boulevard will be closed from Michigan Avenue to Columbus Drive. And on Wednesday, the Jackson closure will be extended to DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Most of those lane closures will end on July 10th, when crews hope to have everything cleared out and back to normal. Well, we're taking a live look at Moscow this morning, where we're keeping an eye on the recent uprising against top Russian leaders. A historic challenge to Russia's Vladimir Putin ended on Saturday, the day after the leader of a Russian paramilitary group turned on Russia and marched his fighters toward Moscow. CBS News' Bradley Blackburn has the latest on the chaos that unfolded and how it came to an end.
The leader of the Wagner paramilitary group said his fighters were just 120 miles from Moscow when they suddenly turned around. A deal brokered by Belarus ended a rebellion by Wagner chief Evgeny Prigozhin, who wanted to overthrow Russia's military leaders. Prigozhin's mercenary group has fought fiercely for Russia in Ukraine, but an internal rift has been growing. Anger over a lack of supplies and claims that a Russian airstrike targeted a Wagner camp. On state TV, Russian President Vladimir Putin said Prigozhin was a traitor and vowed punishment. The deal means he will now live in exile, and Russia says charges will be dropped. It was an historic challenge to Putin. Wagner took control of a key military facility in the Russian city Rostov-on-Don, then moved toward the capital, and Russian troops scrambled to defend Moscow. Crews even dug up highways attempting to slow the march with makeshift roadblocks. It ends without bloodshed, but there are questions about what it means for Putin's power. The divide clearly visible. Overnight in Rostov-on-Don, crowds of locals were cheering for Wagner mercenaries as they drove out of the city. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky said it showed Putin's weakness. Today, the world saw that the bosses of Russia do not control anything, nothing at all, he said. Wagner troops have been ordered to return to their camps in Ukraine. Bradley Blackburn, CBS News, New York.
Looking ahead this week, President Joe Biden is coming to Chicago. The White House says he'll give a major economic address while he's here. So we don't know all of the details just yet, but it's happening Wednesday, the 28th. The president was already set to be in town for a campaign fundraiser hosted by Governor J.B. Pritzker. And now we're learning that he'll also outline his vision for the U.S. economy. His administration is calling it Bidenomics. We'll keep you posted as soon as we learn more about the president's address. Well, call it a beef over Italian beef. The New York Times Cooking attempted to mark the return of the hit series The Bear with a recipe for Italian beef, but many Chicagoans took issue with that recipe. So here's the sandwich their food editors came up with. On Twitter, many had questions like, what is this? Have you ever been to Chicago? And is that really parsley? Others demanded an apology, even threatening to cancel their New York Times subscriptions. Others simply scoffed at the, quote, coastal elites. Yeah, that sandwich looks, Rob, I don't know. It looks a little odd, doesn't it?
It doesn't look completely unappetizing.
No, it doesn't. But it's just not like an Italian beef.
No, it does not look like.
Italian beefs are like through the garden, sloppy. You know, it's like you got to have all of it, the juices. That looked dry.
They tried.
They tried, I guess. Yeah, we'll cut them some slack.
I wouldn't say A for effort, but.
B for effort. Yeah. C, maybe. Passing.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
It was nice that we got some rain overnight. That was wonderful. We don't want the severe weather that came along with it. Looking at many of our cameras, the streets are still wet here in parts of northwest Indiana. Watch for that. Still some clouds hanging over the area, but I do think we'll break into some blue sky as we're looking at our camera from DeKalb there. And I think we'll get a break in between this wave, which is still wrapping up, and the possibility of storms developing around midday or so. And I know that that's when the Pride Parade is going to be kicking off. So let me show you what to expect. Temperatures right now are into the 60s. They are going to warm up very quickly yet again. So we do expect once this moves out of here, the temperatures will likely even be close to 80 by mid-morning or so, especially if we get some breaks in these clouds and get the temperatures to warm up with all of the sunshine. Now about midday, I do think we'll start to see things become a little bit more active on the radar. It will just start to bubble over. Now, where that happens is going to be critical. I don't think it's going to happen widespread. I think we'll just have a couple of these scattered showers or even a rumble of thunder pop up, and then very quickly it will move east, and as it does so, it will likely strengthen, and then it will be done very quickly. So we have to just watch that real initiation phase. About midday or so, we'll see a couple of showers and storms. I hope they don't happen over the parade or anywhere over the city where folks are outside, especially if it comes with lightning, but it should be very quick to move out of here. Then it's going to be very windy, and that will drop the temperatures. Our temperatures will go down into the 70s by the time we get into the afternoon, and we'll still keep a chance for some showers in the forecast. Then we have a new pattern. I'll talk about that in our upcoming forecast of the cool down that's on the way.
All right, going to be an interesting day ahead, Rob. Thank you. A group of sailors come face to face with a pod of killer whales, and it's all caught on camera. Plus, the Cubs across the pond for a new series in London, while the White Sox get a walk-off win. Matt Zahn has the highlights in sports.
Fetch another round. She serves them whiskey and wine. The sailors say, Brandy, you're a fine girl. What a good wife you would be.
Good song to start off this Sunday morning. Taking a look out from our Prudential camera out over Museum Campus on a pretty cloudy morning for you. We're listening to Brandy by Looking Glass again on this Sunday morning. So today there's a renewed focus on some of the ocean's apex predators. A pod of orcas, or killer whales, came face to face with sailors that were part of a growing trend of sometimes aggressive interactions. So take a look. So some tense moments here as the whales bumped into a boat taking part in a sailing race near the Strait of Gibraltar. One of the giant mammals is seen nuzzling at the rudder, and then another is running its nose into the hull. No one was hurt, but the crew had to drop its sails and raise a clatter to try to scare the orcas off.
3 orcas came at us, straight at us, and they started hitting the rudder. Impressive to see the orcas, first of all. Beautiful animal, but also a dangerous moment for us in the team.
Beautiful animals indeed. All right, researchers say these kinds of encounters are becoming more common. So we're going to bring in Robb Ellis. Robb?
It's another reason I don't want to get in the water.
Well, I don't think you have any orca concerns on Lake Michigan.
No, look, I used to live on the beach in North Carolina, and when you live there, especially when you're in the news business, there you find that the ocean is trying to kill you, unfortunately. All these different ways, and there's a lot of bad stuff in there. I don't want to get in the water.
There's a lot of interesting, yes, there's a lot of interesting stuff, for sure.
They're absolutely beautiful.
Mysterious. They are so beautiful.
They're so mysterious.
Magical. And brilliant.
Brilliant, yeah.
They really are.
A lot smarter than me. Well, maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm smarter, not getting in the water. Hey, I did want to show you that we've got some rain that came down. We received as much as 3/4 of an inch of rain officially at O'Hare. I think it was 0.77. Many locations got anywhere between a half an inch to maybe an inch of rain. This was good news. It came down a little bit too fast, too quickly. Most of it's probably run off, and this is just the first batch, because what we're going to be tracking is, first of all, we're wrapping up any leftover scattered showers, and there are a few rumbles of thunder that are still trying to roll through parts of northwest Indiana. But then there's a break, and I think this is going to be the break that we'll deal with through a good portion of the morning. Now, by about midday, we'll see this same area start to bubble back up again, and I think that's going to be driven by the heating of the day from the sunshine that we're expecting. So we'll have to watch for that. Now, farther to the north and west, there is a bit of a spin here. This is the upper level part of the system, and that'll likely arrive sometime later this evening and carry us over into your Monday. So this is the part of the forecast that's a little bit unsettled. It's the pattern change part of the forecast. By the way, not to be outdone, look at the wind speeds, 20 to 25 miles per hour. Those will be staying breezy for tomorrow as well, but it will be a much cooler day tomorrow because it's those winds that are cooling us down. And I did want to mention that there is a severe threat, but it's farther to our east. So any showers and storms that may bubble up today, they're going to have a very brief window of opportunity before they move to the east, and then they start to pick up in intensity. So you'll see that chance as we get through about midday. You'll start to see a few showers pop up. Very quickly they will intensify as they move east, but by that point we are done with them, and then it's just the upper level part of the system with some scattered showers. I don't think the storm threat is going to be there once we get through later this afternoon and into the evening. Then we cool down. 70s for daytime highs Monday all the way through Wednesday, and then we slowly warm back up for the rest of the week.
Good Sunday morning, I'm Matt Zahn. Maybe the most surprising White Sox stat of the year, despite their struggles, they actually lead the league in walk-off wins. Of course, part of that is that they've blown a bunch of leads in the 9th inning, as they did again yesterday at home. Sunny Saturday on the south side for Game 2 of the White Sox and the Red Sox. After the White Sox gave away a 2-1 lead, they come back in the 6th. Luis Robert Jr. with his 19th of the season, just inside the foul pole. Tied the game at 3. Jake Berger and Yasmani Grandal had also homered earlier. 2 batters later, Andrew Vaughn leaves the yard to give the Sox the lead. The White Sox with 4 solo homers in the game. 15 of their last 16 home runs have been solo shots. They led 4-3. Daniel Graven tried to close it out, but after a base hit got past Tim Anderson and then a wild pitch, the Red Sox tie it up on a Justin Turner bloop single. Bottom 9, Zach Remillard pinch running for Gavin Sheets. At second after a stolen base, Elvis Andrus with the game-winning base hit. Remillard scores. The rookie drove in Andrus to win a game earlier in the week. The White Sox get their 7th walk-off victory and hope to get hot after the 5-4 win.
Everybody still believing that we're going to go through it and we're going to get that hot streak. So, games like today, it shows how resilient we are as a team. And, nobody's thinking any negative. We all pull in the same way, and it's just a lot of fun when you win games like this.
These are the capabilities that we have. 4 home runs in a game are, 1 or 2 of those become crooked numbers, and it's a whole different ballgame, right? And that's what we keep talking about. We have capabilities of putting the ball in the seats, and I think that we're going to continue to do that. We just got to find ways to get on base prior to, whether it's a walk or whatever the case may be.
Just under 55,000 fans in attendance for Game 1 of the second ever London series between the Cubs and the Cardinals. Ian Happ seems to like playing there, or maybe just facing Adam Wainwright. That's his second homer of the game already in the third. Cubs up 3-0. Happ with 6 career homers against Wainwright. Still in the third, birthday boy Christopher Murrow with a shot up the middle to bring home Dansby Swanson. Murrow was 3 for 4 in the game. Justin Steele pitching well, didn't allow his first hit until the 5th. Gets Wilson Contreras for one of his season-high tying 8 strikeouts. Steele gave up just 1 run. And in the 9th, Cubs adding on Dansby Swanson with his 8th long ball. Cubs hammer the Cardinals in Game 1 of the 2-game series, 9-1.
I'm trying to enjoy every moment. Every time I go to the field, I'm trying to it's a new opportunity for me. So I try to enjoying the game, try to give my best and win the game. That's more important.
Something I'll never forget, truly special. Felt like everybody was on the mound there with me, really exciting, a lot of energy. And yeah, it was really cool to, cap it off like that, get out of a big situation like that. Yeah, I just can't say enough about the atmosphere.
The Fire on the road against Sporting KC, going for a second consecutive win in the 23rd minute. It's Naperville native Chris Brady with the ridiculous diving save. This one was scoreless until the 47th minute. Ball redirects off defender Fabian Herbers, who blasted into the back of the net. His second straight opening goal. Fire win their second straight 1-0, the third clean sheet of Brady's young career. USA men's team taking on Jamaica at Soldier Field last night in the opening game of the CONCACAF Gold Cup. Gaga Slanina not in goal. He's on the team. Maybe should be, because on the free kick in the 13th minute, Jamaica's Damare Gray to Damian Lowe. Beautiful header. Jamaica with an early 1-0 lead. Final minutes of the match here. U.S. still down a goal. Jamaica trying to clear the ball out, but it goes right to Brandon Vasquez for the equalizer. Big goal there, and this one ends in a 1-1 draw. Lots of low scoring at the Travelers Championship in Connecticut. Seen on CBS 2 yesterday. Ricky Fowler couldn't finish the job at the U.S. Open last week. He was on fire from off the green at 6. Fowler with a 60 shoots up to a tie for 4th, but he's still 6 shots back of leader Keegan Bradley. Check out the beautiful tee shot on 16. Bradley at 21 under. He's 1 up on Ches Reavie. Final run coverage later today at 2 here on CBS 2. The Cubs will wrap up their series with the Cardinals later this morning, while the White Sox will try to win the rubber match against the Red Sox, plus the Sky take on the Sun, and the Red Stars battle Gotham FC. Have a great Sunday.
Still to come, as the weather heats up, one family is on a life-saving mission. How they're raising awareness about the dangers of boating while intoxicated. All right, we're going to take a live look at Millennium Park this morning, where in just a matter of hours, we'll see a one-of-a-kind performance. The Joffrey Ballet is hosting its first ever Joffrey for All celebration. Everyone is invited to picnic in the park and watch a spectacular free performance. It all starts today at 5:30 with a free dance class before the show at 4:45. Seating is also available in the Pritzker Pavilion. Rob, you into ballet at all?
I mean, it's certainly amazing, and it's certainly an athletic feat, not something I could do for sure.
Yeah.
I was thinking, 5:30, it's going to be really windy by that point, but hopefully the radar won't be terribly active. I do think it'll have at least a few showers that'll pop up. We're actually wrapping up a good bit of most of the storms here that rolled through overnight. There were a couple that were still hanging on, but again, things are calming down, and I think for the next few hours, it's going to remain relatively quiet. Let's call that partly cloudy skies. Temperatures will warm up quickly. By the time we get through midday and into the early afternoon, there's going to be a chance for a few showers and maybe even a few storms before they head east and get a little bit stronger and get out of our hair. But it's also going to be pretty windy. Once we get into the afternoon, those 80s will go away. The winds will usher in some cooler air, and we're expecting a big cool down in our forecast. We're going to 72 for tomorrow, and it stays in the 70s for a few more days beyond that as we slowly begin to recover our temperatures, but very comfortable into the middle of next week.
Comfortable indeed. Rob, thank you. A unique lawsuit may be headed to court involving a former state representative and her political opponent. She's now suing over claims that her opponent made about her in campaign flyers. Political investigator Dana Kozlov has more.
Campaign season means flyers like these flood our mailboxes. They're often full of questionable claims, but former Illinois State Rep Denise Wang Stoneback says many about her were lies.
I was portrayed as as a person who I absolutely was not.
The flyers portrayed Wang Stoneback as being soft on gun violence prevention, distributed by and on behalf of her opponent Kevin Olickle, who went on to beat her in the primary.
It was my #1 legislative priority, is reducing gun violence.
And a cause she's championed since the Sandy Hook school shooting a decade ago. So she's now suing Olickle and the Gun Violence Prevention PAC, who backed him for knowingly publishing false statements, highlighting pertinent flyers in her 49-page complaint.
I was defamed.
And Wang Stoneback says she wants to prevent it from happening to other candidates.
Except in politics and in public figures, you can lie. You just can't lie a real lot.
Because it's free speech, says election lawyer Bert Odelson, protected by the Constitution.
You can pretty much say whatever you want in a campaign.
Criminal Justice Associate Professor Michael Lawler says that means candidates need to have a thick skin.
We're not talking about misleading statements. We're talking about statements of fact that are actually totally not true. And you knew it was false when you said it, and you did it out of malice.
Wang Stoneback couldn't discuss specifics of her lawsuit. Her attorney says even sharing the flyers used as examples in the complaint could exacerbate harm already caused. Representative Olickle didn't return requests for comment.
I certainly think voters should be aware of everything that shows up in their mailbox.
Perhaps the bigger concerns are voters' abilities to weed through misleading claims.
And it's going to be a big challenge, not just for voters, but for our democracy. In trying to wade through all of this disinformation, this misinformation, this misleading information. And I'm not sure that there's a perfect solution to it.
That was Dana Kozlov reporting. And before leaving office, Wang Stoneback proposed a truth in politics law, which would hold candidates accountable for false statements outside of a lawsuit. The bill was never brought to a vote. Well, still to come, 1 year after the Supreme Court struck down federal protections for abortion, activists on both sides of the issue face off in downtown Chicago. Their messages coming up next.
And Chicago's 2023 Pride Parade kicks off in just a few hours. More on how Chicago police are amping up security ahead of the parade and festivities that follow. That's coming up next.
This is CBS 2 News.
A live look outside for you right now at 5:30 on this soggy Sunday morning. Welcome to our viewers on TV and on our digital streaming service, CBS News Chicago. It is Sunday, June 25th. I'm Jackie Kostek in for Suzanne this morning. Well, if the overnight storms kept you awake, here is what they left behind. Heavy rain flooded these ramps to the Stevenson near Cicero. As you can see, some drivers got stuck in that ponding water, very dangerous. So be careful if you are heading out early this morning. Some places prone to flooding could still have some water on the road. Meteorologist Robb Ellis been tracking those storms all evening long. They have cleared out for the most part, right, Rob?
For the most part, yeah. We had a couple of little spotty showers that were still rolling through parts of northwest Indiana, but this is certainly an improvement. But it was nice to see the rain. I'm happy to even use the radar at this point because we haven't been able to do that for quite a while. We received about 3/4 of an inch of rain, at least officially at O'Hare. Some locations received about a half an inch, some an inch or more. This was good news. It was beneficial. I hated that it came down so quickly because that means most of it ran off, as we saw in that video just a moment ago. But we'll take every drop that we can get. Still wrapping up some of the scattered showers. We are in the 60s currently, but we expect to warm up into the 80s by midday. And then some strong west winds will kick in, and that will help to cool us down. Also notice there is a 20% chance of a few showers and maybe even a rumble of thunder about midday into the early afternoon. I'll be back in a bit to walk you through hour by hour what I expect, especially if you're maybe heading over to the Pride Parade.
Rob, I'm glad that you were able to use that radar for a change, too. All right, well, happening today, one of the biggest Pride celebrations in the country will kick off right here in Chicago. The city's annual 52nd Pride Parade will take over major streets on the north side, and CBS 2's Asal Razai is live where that parade will begin with more on how Chicago police are stepping up safety measures. So good morning to you, Asal.
Yeah, Jackie, good morning to you. Safety really at the top of mind today. It comes not only with the usual summertime spike of crime in the city, but also a spike in targeted violence against the LGBTQ+ community. We have seen the concern not only being felt here in Chicago, but really across the country over the past few years. A surge of legislative actions targeting the community. In some cases, it has led to violence and even some protests. Chicago police are taking any possible threat seriously. They're amping up security and adding 200 officers to patrols for the parade and for the night that follows. Some business owners we talked to seeing a boom in business as parade goers picked up last-minute items this weekend. They say they're trying to cancel out that negativity.
At the same time, it also sparks a conversation. I mean, again, here when you walk into this door, you definitely do feel like already a sense of welcome, a sense of like kind of love at the same time.
And the Pride Parade will kick off at noon here, right at Montrose and Broadway, where we are standing. It will head south down Halsted and down some major streets in uptown towards Lincoln Park. I'm live this morning. Asal Razai, CBS 2 News.
Asal, thank you. This weekend marks 1 year since the Dobbs versus Jackson Supreme Court ruling, which overturned the landmark Roe versus Wade decision and ended the federal right to an abortion. Here in Chicago, activists on both sides of the abortion issue turned out to protest.
Abortion is health care. Health care is a right. Abortion is health care. Health care is a right.
The groups Chicago for Abortion Rights and Simply Pro-Life were both out in Federal Plaza downtown.
Pregnant people from the banned states have been flooding into Illinois for basic health care. Care that is no longer available in their own communities where they live and work.
Illinois is a sanctuary for abortion and will continue to be if we do not act.
Illinois has taken steps to guarantee access to abortion. Governor J.B. Pritzker signed a new law with a series of protections back in January. It shields out-of-state patients and providers from legal action. It also requires insurance companies to cover abortion medications. It also requires public colleges and universities to provide access to emergency contraception. Well, this morning, the search continues for whoever opened fire at a popular entertainment complex in Romeoville, killing one person and wounding another. This happened just before 9 Friday night at Scene 75 Entertainment Center. Police say one person fired several shots after an argument and then took off in a car. A 19-year-old man from Chicago died and a 16-year-old is in stable condition. Scene 75 is known as a family fun center with arcade games, mini golf, go-karts, and bounce houses. A shelter-in-place order was issued after the shooting, but has since been lifted. Well, Russian paramilitary rebels reached a deal with Belarus yesterday, ending the historic challenge to Russian President Vladimir Putin. The leader of the Wagner paramilitary group, Evgeny Provizhin, wanted to overthrow Russia's military leaders after he claims a Russian airstrike targeted one of their camps. Wagner took control of a key military facility in the Russian city Rostovon and moved toward the capital. The group quickly turned around when they were only 120 miles from Moscow. Now, on state TV, Russian President Vladimir Putin said Prigozhin was a traitor and vowed punishment. But the deal means that he will now live in exile, and Russia says charges will be dropped. Well, this summer, many will head out on the lake, which can mean a boatload of fun, but the warmer weather can also lead to a higher number of drunk driving collisions. CBS 2's Lauren Victory is taking a deep dive into the dangers of boating under the influence.
But she should be here. It's not natural for parents to bury their children. There's days you don't want to shower, get dressed, or even eat.
Robin Swazik will tell you the waves of pain never end. Writing about what happened to her family helped this Illinois mom grieve. Dad,
and was arrested for operating under the influence,
focused on how it happened. How their daughter, Megan Swazik Wells, was killed while floating down the Rock River in this pontoon boat.
So here's the pontoon, here comes the fishing boat, and the fishing boat went over the back of the pontoon boat, and the front of that operator's fishing boat hit her directly.
The mother of 3 was gone in an instant. Investigators took pictures of beer cans on the other boat and noted alcohol impairment as a contributing factor of why that driver hit Megan.
A lot of people want to call it an accident. Well, it's not an accident, it's a crash. Somebody made conscious decisions to drive a vehicle, under the influence, drive the vehicle recklessly.
Going up. Keeping boaters sober is the #1 goal for the Illinois Conservation Police.
So we're out here, we're looking for, sorry.
You can see Officer Nick Reed is on high alert. We tagged along for a patrol on the chain of lakes.
How often on a given day do you pull somebody over and you smell alcohol?
All the time. So the difference between being on a boat and being in a car is you can legally drink on the water.
It's certainly not a secret. Check out this giant beer ad along the water.
I think there's 20 bars on the chain of lakes here. On a nice night, there could be a couple hundred boats all tied up out here.
Traffic was slow the Thursday afternoon we hit the lake, but state data shows more than 2,700 arrests by conservation police for boaters operating under the influence since 2004. In 2022 alone, more than 50 people behind the boat wheel blew above a .08. Every summer, alcohol plays a role in at least one boating death or injury in Illinois.
Why do you think boating under the influence still happens?
So for boating, for most people, it's recreation.
Fun in the sun, but Reed says the sun can dehydrate you, accelerating how drunk you feel.
Between the wind, waves, a ton of boat traffic going every which direction, there's a lot of things that you need to stay mentally focused on, which makes impairment on the water so dangerous.
The boat went up over the jet ski. I landed face down in the water, and the boat landed on top of my body before it sunk.
Mothers Against Drunk Driving, or MADD, launched its first campaign against BUI, or boating under the influence, last summer. You might spot these flyers.
In some states, they're going to be mailed to all of the people with boating registrations, and in other states, they're going to be at marinas.
Blitzing the boating world with information about the penalties and risks of being drunk behind the wheel.
It's not talked about as much as driving on the road, and it's just as dangerous.
This is Megan's thumbprint.
The Swaziks
I don't ever take it off.
want to keep the conversation about drunk boating dangers top of mind.
It did not have to happen if somebody made the right decision.
A wrong decision took Megan 7 years ago this week. Lauren Victory, CBS 2 News.
Next weekend, a national campaign called Operation Dry Water is in effect. So more law enforcement agencies will hit the lakes and rivers to target impaired boat drivers, with deterrence being, of course, the goal. Well, happening today, break out your dancing shoes. The Maxwell Street Market is back and hosting a special house music festival featuring several local DJs and music artists. So everyone is invited to swing by the market today from 9 to 3 at the corner of Des Plaines and Polk Street on the near west side. 1, 2, 3. All right, take a look at the 23rd annual Chinese Dragon Boat Race for Literacy. That's on the Chicago River in Chinatown. Boats took off in Pingtom Memorial Park early this morning. The Chinatown Chamber of Commerce hosted that event. Chinese Dragon Boat Races date back 2,000 years and are a popular sport among Asian communities worldwide. And Rob, it looks like they're working pretty hard.
Wow. I mean, all I
and
see
they're
is...
so in synchronized. I mean, they're synchronized.
All
they're
I
just
see is
going.
big arms. That's
Big
all
arms.
I see.
Yes,
They're in arms that are in better shape than mine, for sure.
Mine too.
Very
they were
cool,
cruising.
though.
Yep, and a good day for it yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a warm day, and now we've seen a pattern change begin. We started with the front that rolled through overnight, brought some strong storms, brought some rain. We needed the rain, and now we have a few leftover clouds and a few isolated showers, but we're going to get a break. This is the break that we'll get through, I think, about mid-morning or midday before we start to see the atmosphere bubble back up again. Now, temperatures are in the 60s to start, but very quickly the temperatures will warm up, likely getting into the 80s even by midday. The big question is, where will we see the initiation of a few scattered showers becoming thunderstorms as we get through about midday? Now, some of the models have popped that up over the lake. Some of the models have popped that up over parts of northwest Indiana. Some of the models have popped that up right over Chicago. And I think we'll have to watch the radar to see where the initiation is. But once we get through about maybe 1 or 2, we'll start to see those showers and storms push east. They should develop pretty quickly, and the severe threat remains farther to our east. But we have a small window where the storms will kick up, and especially with so many events going on around the city today, we don't want lightning to be a concern, even if the severe weather threat stays farther to our east. Something we'll have to watch. And then it's just going to be a windy afternoon. The winds will pick up, may gust at times over 30 to almost 40 miles per hour, and a few isolated showers will be possible as we get into the late afternoon and evening. Temperatures into the 80s before very quickly dropping. About a 20% chance that you'll see one of those showers or storms during the afternoon, and it will be windy. And then a big cool down on the way. I'll talk about that in the long-term forecast coming up.
All right, Rob, thank you. Well, serving up a new slice of fun, we'll introduce you to the latest pro pickleball team forming right here in Chicago. right, a nice shot of Grant Park this morning and Buckingham Fountain before it springs to life a little later this morning. You're listening to Tennis Court by Lord. Well, it might look like tennis, but this is actually pickleball. The sport is exploding in popularity across the country, and Matt Zahn introduces us to a new team that has formed right here in Chicago.
Pickleball certainly seems like the hot sport right now.
It is a hot activity right now, for sure. I like the fact that it's fun, it's social, it's easy to learn, it's easy to play.
And that's part of the reason Ron Saslow got a group together to put a team into Major League Pickleball, the aptly named Chicago Slice.
Chicago Slice was created by my youngest son, Danny. We had a contest within the company, and all family and friends were able to enter. We saw hundreds of names, but we thought the great double entendre of Chicago Slice being a shot in pickleball and tennis, but also, of course, with a great pizza-loving town like Chicago made the most sense.
The sport has attracted some high-profile investors, including the Bulls' Zach LaVine, who's a part owner of the Miami team, and the Slice's ownership group includes supermodel Heidi Klum and Cubs chairman Tom Ricketts, among others.
They're doing so because I think they're wise, knowing sports and business as well as they do, but I also think they have a passion for the sport, which makes it even more fun. So when we were interviewing people to be part of our ownership group, that was clearly a criteria as well, is that you had to have a passion for the sport.
Speaking of having a passion, the Slice's coach certainly has that.
Absolutely right. Absolutely. I thought I had done everything in tennis and platform. I'd been a 45-year tennis pro, platform pro. Was thinking about working on my golf game, and Ron called me and said, we've got this ergonomic technology we'd like to put on pickleball paddles. We'd love to have you look at it. That started the journey, and Ron started putting together the team, and he knew that I had coached on the pro tennis tour.
While pickleball clearly has some similarities to tennis, Ray J says there are some key differences when it comes to coaching, especially with how fast players have to make decisions on the pickleball court.
I'm not going to give away too many of what I teach the players, but I have a system where I teach them how to think the way all the top athletes in open skill sports think. It's just teaching them how to make fast decisions out there. The faster you make a decision, the better quality shots you hit, the less errors you have. 90% of the errors in this game are due to indecisions.
And that system is paying off. The Slice won a big event on the Major League Pickleball Tour, taking home the title in the first Challenger League Championship in California, hopefully setting the team up for more success down the road.
Rob, I've never played pickleball, but
either.
I do love their logo with the Chicago pizza slice.
Yeah, I mean, and they're clearly doing something right. They're having fun, first of all.
Yeah,
fantastic.
Outside, getting a workout in.
Yeah, and you know, I think most of the day today is actually going to be a pretty good day, especially the first half of the day. It's the second half of the day where there's a few things that I want to make you aware of. Let's start with beautiful sunrise in DeKalb. That was the camera I was showing you there, but otherwise we do have still some clouds lingering across the area. Most of these will move out within the next couple of hours or so, and then we should be able to break into some sunshine. We have this system that's moving out, there's a break, and then there's the next system. So still wrapping up some clouds and some showers with the overnight storms that came through. Here's the break, which may bubble back up again once we get some of this sunshine. So we may see a couple of showers and storms bubble up once we get through about midday. And then into Sunday afternoon and evening, and Monday, this system will move through and bring us some scattered showers. That's really how we shape up the next 2 days, which is part of a pattern shift. First of all, we're getting some rain, which is great news. We received some overnight, and I think we've got a few more chances, although likely not as much as what we received overnight. And there is a severe threat as well, but notice the severe threat is farther to the east. Today, what we're going to watch is the initiation of some showers and storms, but once they move east is when they'll likely become severe. So we really have a small window here where showers and storms can develop, and I'll show you that in future clouds and radar. First of all, here's your timestamp. So watch that as I set this into motion. Through about mid-morning, we're looking okay, clearing things out, expecting some sunshine. And then about midday, this is going to be the initiation stage. So getting enough heating of the day that the storms start to bubble up. Again, some models pop those up over parts of northwest Indiana. Some pop them up over the city. Don't pay attention to exact location. Just know that at some point we'll start to see some storms develop. They will get stronger. They will push to the east, and that's where the severe weather is likely to be. But notice the winds picking up here, and very quickly in the afternoon, if you're going out to the parade, it's going to be hot at the beginning of the parade, but I think it's actually going to be cooler by the end of the parade and heading into the evening, where strong gusty winds and a few light showers will pop up. I don't think these will come with thunder during the afternoon and evening, late afternoon and evening, I should say. These will just be kind of the garden variety showers that'll carry us through your Monday. So for today, it's going to get into the 80s, but that'll be about midday, and then it's going to be windy, and the chance for storms will push to the east. There's about a chance for a 20 or 30% chance that we'll get some of those scattered showers later in the evening, but I think that chance is going to be there during the day. And then look at the cooler temperatures. 70s turn into 80s by the time we get into Thursday and Friday.
All right, a little roller coaster ride this week, Rob. Thank you. All right, did you see this odd string of lights floating in the sky above Chicago? Well, we'll tell you why Elon Musk is responsible for the twinkling lights. All right, some strange lights in the sky over Northerly Island. So take a look at this video of a blinking string of lights recorded Friday night. It looks like something out of a science fiction movie, but it's really the Starlink satellite constellation from Elon Musk's SpaceX company. And seeing this in person, Rob, is, well, I actually did, and it was beautiful and surprising, and I didn't know what the heck I was looking at, but now I know, so that's good.
I have seen a lot of people post it that they saw, but I have not myself personally seen it. The only lights I was watching last night were the lightning strikes that were going on. I was watching the radar, lots of those showing up. I'm sure many of you were awakened in the middle of the night by rumbles of thunder and a lot of lightning and heavy rain and winds that came through. Now Now we're getting a break, and I do think we will get a break through about midday. There is a chance once we get into the early afternoon, about a 20 to 30% chance that we'll see some isolated showers develop, maybe a rumble of thunder before those storms move to the east, and then it's going to be windy, and it will be windy during the afternoon, and that will help to cool us down. As we look to our forecast for the next 2 days, Monday much cooler, 72. I did take the rain chance today down just a bit. It was up at 70, but that included what we already had this morning, and then we'll be much cooler for the early part of next week.
All right, Rob, thank you. Well, the NASCAR Chicago street race is still a week away, but the effects are being felt right now. We'll break down the major traffic changes in our next half hour.
And the Chicago Pride Parade kicks off here in just a few hours. More on how Chicago police are amping up security and what you can expect if you're heading out here today. That's coming up next.